Okay, so let me share my screen first. Please let me know if you are able to see my screen. Are you able now to see my screen?
Yeah, we can say
Okay.
it.
Okay, so hello everyone. Thank you for joining the session today. So before we start, let me introduce myself, then we can talk more about Power Apps. So my name is May Alhajri. I'm from Saudi Arabia, Middle East, far away from everyone within this call. Actually, I'm working as a digital analyst within Schlumberger. I have been graduated with the computer engineering bachelor degree, and I have 5 years experience with several projects across different companies. And also, I'm Power Addict. I really like to be part of this community. I learned a lot of amazing stuff from this community, such as Power BI, Power Apps, a lot of cool stuff from Microsoft. So hopefully soon I will be MVP. So if you are interested to know me more, so if you would like to see my post and everything, so just make sure to follow my Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube. Also, I have my own community. I'm doing a lot of session every Friday on Meetup. My group is name the name of my group is Sharing is Caring group. So I'm doing a lot of sessions for different topics. So feel free to follow me, and if you have any question, just reach me out on all social media accounts. Okay, so what we will learn today. And I'm super happy to be here today to share with you a lot of amazing stuff. We will learn today what's Power Apps. And while we are doing an intro about Power Apps, I see that not all of you are familiar with Power Platform. So I will give you a quick intro about the other tools that we have it. Also, I will share with you what's the best tips that we can follow to build any application. And it's really helpful tips that will help you to build any application, even if you don't have any IT background or any computer engineering background. Also, we will learn how to get started with Power Apps. So from where should I start building my app, and what kind of steps that we need to follow. And for sure, while I'm explaining to you all the steps on how we can get started, we will do a live demo. And within the live demo, you will understand more and more about Power Apps. Okay, then. So what's Power Apps? Power Apps, actually, I will try to explain it as simple as I can. So, Power Apps is a tool from Microsoft that will help you to build your user interface, to build your application, entry application, and you don't need to have any IT background. It's a no code, low code platform. So even if you don't have any IT background, any coding background, you will be able to build your own application. And while we are doing the live demo, I will show you that we have a lot of templates already built in for you. You just need to think about it and customize it as you need. So this is Power Apps. I'm sure that you heard that for Power Platform, it's like umbrella, and we have a lot of cool or powerful tools. We have Power Apps, which is the tool that will help you to build your application in easiest way. And for sure, there is advanced level that after you feel comfortable with Power Apps as a beginner, you will be able to learn more and more. There is a lot of things that you can learn it with Power Apps. Second, we have something we call it Power BI, which is the one with the yellow color, and it's a dashboard. It's a visualization tool. Power BI, it's a tool that will help you to visualize your data in your own way, like a dashboard, a tracking system. So I'm using Power Apps to build entry application to the end user. I'm using Power BI to show the tracking system. Try to understand it in easiest way so you will be able to recognize which tool that we can use it. Also, we have something. For example, if I have my application, if I have a tracking system, if I want to send an email, reminder email, notification email, whatever I want to automate, we have something we call it Power Automate with the blue color. Also, we have Power Virtual Agents. For example, if I have my own application, my own dashboard, everything, and I would like to chat with the end user, how we can do this? Similar the application that we have it for like Amazon or other application that if you have any question, you will be able to type on the chat and someone will reply to you. The Power Virtual Agents will help you to build your questions and the answers for the end user. Don't worry, our main focus today it's about Power Apps. We will see what's Power Apps in more details, how we can build our application in a good way. Okay. In order to build an application, I really suggest for you to follow these steps, and it will help you if you are working for an organization or if you are building your application for your own business. It's really helpful tips, and for me, actually, I'm following these steps to build any application within my company and even on my own business. So, first step, if I want to build an application, and I'm really super excited to build an application, but I don't have any idea. So, first, if you don't have any idea, think about the problems around you. What kind of problems do we have? Like, for example, let's see that I'm working at my home, and actually I need to support my sisters on her homework. So how can I automate this task instead of every time she is coming to my room or talking to me? So this is a problem for me, right? And I can automate the process by doing a schedule, not by using Excel or other tools that we have it. I really would like to build an application that will help me to make sure my sister she can go to the application and add her task there, and while she is adding her task I will be able to receive a notifications. So this is a problem, and from the problem I become with an idea that will help me to build an application. First step, if you don't have any idea, think about the problems around you, then get the idea. Second tips that you need to follow actually, which is identify the need. As I mentioned now, why do I need this application? Because actually my sister, she is bothering me always and she come to my room and she is needing help in her homework or whatever. So the need of this application, I will focus more on time management. I will be able to focus on my task and her task and help my sister to do her homework. So, in this way, I need this application to put a specific time or a specific task and assign the task to the correct person, right? So, that's why you need to understand why do you need this application? Why do I need to spend, for example, 1 to 2 hours to build this application? Step number three, let us move. Lay out the flow and the features. So now I have the problem. I have the idea about this problem, how I can build the application. I need to identify the need. Then after I identify the need, I need to think about the flow and the features. The flow, it means how can I automate the task as much as I can. For example, as I mentioned, when she is adding her task to the application, I would like to receive a notification, uh, like she is putting this task and the due date for this task will be tomorrow, so I will be able to do some automation by using maybe Power Automate in your scenario, or another automate things. And the flow actually will based on your application. How do you want your application look like and what kind of features? For example, let's say like you have a supermarket, so what kind of features that you want to apply to your application that will help your user? So you need to think about it and you need to put it under your tips that you will follow to build your application. Let's see what kind of tips that we need to follow after putting the flow and the features. We need to remove non-core features. So I have the list of the main features that I already needed within the application. After you put your list with the features, you need to think about what kind of features I don't need it now. The end user will not need it for now. We can add it later on. It's like the accessories for the application. We don't need it. It's not urgent. Remove it, because for sure, if you look to your app store or Play Google Store that we have it on your phone, every time, for example, for WhatsApp, every time we have an update, right? It means every time they are adding new features. Do you think that the developer for WhatsApp they publish it once a time and with all the features? For sure, no. And if you remember the WhatsApp before, like before 3 years or 4 years, it's not the same that we have it today, right? So you don't need to have all the features that you have it in your mind at the same time in your application. You need to divide your application in several phases. especially if you are working in your organization. Actually, it's very important. If you think about the important feature, then you can move to the other features that you would like to add to your application. Okay, then let us move to step number 5. So for step number 5, wireframe. If you are familiar with the XD tool, or the tools that will help you to draw your application before you build it. And if you are not expert with XD tool or other tools that we have it's okay. You can come with paper just to draw whatever you are imagine your application will look like, in your board, in your paper, even in your tablet, in your phone. Maybe you can draw it anywhere. You don't need to be an expert with the user and UX tools that we have it. And if you would like to make it much nicer, actually, or pretty cool, you can use the wireframe tools that we have it online. And we have a lot of wireframe tools that available online and free. Just type on Google and you will be able to see a lot of tools that available online. For me, I'm expert on the XD tool and user interface UX tools that we have it, because actually I learned it by myself while I'm practicing on my application. So I started by drawing the layout of my application on a paper. Then I moved to advanced tools that we have it now. So even if you would like to use a PowerPoint to draw your application, you can do it. As it's very something really easy to do. Just imagine your application before you build it. It's really something important for you, because while you are drawing your application will be much easier for you while you are doing the real application. Okay, let us move to number 6 for our tips that we have it. Let's see what we have. Now you already draw your application, the pretty application that you want to build it. Now it's the time to start building your application. In our example today, we will take the tool that we need to build our application by using Power Apps. So we need to make sure that we have the knowledge about Power Apps, the basic knowledge. You don't need to be an expert. I started to build my first application without that much of knowledge of Power Apps, actually. And while you are building your application, you will be able to learn a lot of cool stuff. And Microsoft, they are doing a great job by putting a lot of courses within the portal of Power Apps. I will show it to you while we are doing a live demo after a few slides. Okay. So now to build an app or to build the user interface, I need to start using Power Apps. Okay. Now, while you are building your app, you need to make it functional. What do we mean by make it functional? It means I can put a button, I can put a label, I can put on my app image, and but without any functionality. It means for each button you have it in your application, for sure there is an action. For example, if I have the main page and when the user click on go to the next page, there is an action will happen. So any click that you have it in your application, there is an action behind. Similar way that we have it on Power Apps. If the user move from one page to another, if they click here. So you need to understand what kind of functionality things that you need to add to your application for each page. For example, you have 4 pages in your application. So just write it down on your wireframe. Like if the user click here, it will move to this page and what kind of action will happen. So it will help you while you are building your app and make it functional. So last step after we building our user interface, we start to cook our application and now we need to make it functional. What do we need to do? Now my application is ready, right? And as a first version, as I mentioned, you cannot publish your application with all the function that you have it in your mind. It's really a bad idea. And I did it before and it was really bad idea, because while you are publishing your first phase of your application, you will hear a lot of feedback from the end user. And for sure, customer always right, customer always what they need, we need to make it happen, right? So that's why don't surprise them with all your functionality of your application at the same time, because they will ask for more. And they will ask you to develop something that you have it on your previous version. Just put a few or urgent functionality that you want to add it to your application and get their feedback. Ask them, what do you think about this application? What kind of things that we need to improve it? Be positive with their feedback, because the customer or the end user feedback will help you to develop yourself. So you will get a lot of things, publish it, start to get their feedback. From there, you can develop your application. So if you would like to take a screenshot, also I will share the slides with my colleague and she will share it with you. So now it's the time to see how we can get started with Power Apps. From where can we get started? If you are not familiar with Power Apps, so let me open now this page. You need to sign in powerapps.com, and you can use it as a free for the first time, but you need to have an account. But what I really suggest for you, if you don't have any license or anything, you can create an environment, and from there you can start to build your application by using the environment. So here we go. You go to powerapps.com. From there you will be able to see this page. If your environment is new or you don't have any application, you will not be able to see any application here. So from here, you will be able to see build a business app. You will be able to see start from data, make your own application. Also, the one that I mentioned before, you can learn for every level. So, for example, here you can look at all the courses that we have. It. For example, if I click here, let me show it to you. And if you are really new to the Power Apps, you can go there and start learning more about Power Apps. And what I really suggest
Sorry to
for you,
drop the link in the comment section.
which one? Can you say it again? Sorry.
The link to sign up for the Power app.
This one. Okay. So I'm not able to see the chat here. So let me check. Let me check if I'm able to send the link here. If not, just go to powerapps.com and you will be able to sign in there. And if you don't have any environment or if you don't have any license, I think okay. So just to try it, and if you are not able to sign in, let me know. We will look at it after. Okay, so after you sign to your powerapps.com, you will be able to see this page if you have the license or if you have an account with the Power Apps. Okay, cool. Now, as I mentioned here, if you want to learn more for any level that maybe beginner, intermediate, advanced, you will be able to see different courses here. We already clicked on Get Started with Power Apps. You will be able to see a lot of courses under Microsoft Learn. And while you are learning, actually they are posting videos, articles. You can learn, you can get a badge, and you can get, if you would like to take a test from Microsoft Learn, there is a lot of exams and you can get a certificate. Okay, but what I really suggest for you, there is a lot of videos on YouTube. You can go there, start to learn, search about, for example, Power Apps beginner or whatever you are looking for Power Apps, and you will be able to see a lot of MVBs. They are doing a lot of videos on YouTube. Okay, now what if I want to build an app? How can I start? From where can I start? After you log into this page, you will be able to see this one, create, on this side. Okay, click on it and you have three options. Okay, first one, start from a blank. It means build your application without any template, without anything. There is no data, there is nothing. You will be doing the application from scratch. Second, get your data. For example, I have a SharePoint data source and I would like to add my data, then we'll go to the application and I build it. Here, without the data, I will add it while I'm clicking here. Third way to build an application, as I mentioned, this is a really cool feature from Power Apps. They have already a template built in for you. It means, for example, here, I really would like to build an app for a service desk within my company, but I really would like to customize it for my company. It means I really would like to change the data, maybe the category. So, in this way, I have the app built and I just need to develop myself on how can I customize this template. So at the end, it's up to you on how you want to start building your application. As I mentioned, you have three ways, either from a blank and you can add your application, which is we will do the first way to show you. Second, you can get your data and start build your application. It's similar to this one actually, but the step here is you will add directly your data source. Third way, which is the easiest way for you, look at what kind of application that you are looking for, or what kind of application that similar to your idea. For example, here I would like to build an interview tool for my company, but for sure here the interview tool, it will not be the similar organization names, the person name, it will not be the same, right? You just need to customize it, and it will not take that much of you if you already learned how you can customize a template already built in. Okay, let's start with the first one. I will start. So here you have a CAMS app, you have a model-driven application, you have a portal. For this one, the model-driven app, actually, if you have a complex process within your company, and for this one, actually, it's limited with the data source. So it's focused on data, in specific data sources, actually. And but most of the people they are using this one because you can use more than 200 100 data sources, and like if it's SharePoint and if it's Excel or other SQL data source. And also for this one you can make it as a phone application or desktop application. Okay, let's start with the first one, which is the easiest one as a beginner. Maybe later on you can start learn more about the longer process or the complex process within your company. You can use this one. Okay, first you need to click on CAMS app from blank. Here we go. You need to name your application. For example, the name of my application, I will call it uh, test test new app. And here it will show you the format. How do you want your application to look like? Do you want to open it as a tablet, which is will be the full screen, or as a phone? So for me, I would like to use it as a phone and create. As I mentioned, now we will create the app, but we don't have any data source. It means I need to add a data source by myself. Now I need to skip this one. Here we go. Before we adding the data, let me go through the main components that we have it within Power Apps. If you look at it, we have this corner, this page, we have this part of the page. Also, we have a specific things here. Let me go through the first one. For example, here it's review. Whatever you are adding the pages, you will be able to see it here. For example, here by default, you will get screen number one, which is the default page. You can recall it. You can rename it. Sorry. For example, I would like to rename this one. Just a click, right? A click on the three dots and rename it. For example, I would like to call it page number one. Now, what if I want to add another page? From where should I add the page? From here. It's easy to use. It's not difficult. New screen. But the powerful things here, they customize for you what kind of screen you would like to add. Do you want to add a blank and you can customize it as you want? Or you want to have a list of items with the gallery? Well, I will explain a little bit about gallery later on. And do you want to add a form? Or do you want to add a list of people or a meeting maybe? So this one, for example, let me add for you um, email. It's already template built in for you. Okay, now it's adding a screen, and it's supposed to be the second screen of your application. It will take time for a few seconds, and by default it will be called like screen number two. And here we go. If you look at the page one, we don't have anything, right? There is nothing. But if you look at screen two, we have a lot of things because I select not a blank one, I select a specific template of the page. Here it's email. But if you look at it here, I already have the function built in for me, which is really cool. I don't need to spend more time to build a page for to send an email. So something really easy. But for example, I would like to change the design. But in the future, if you have business case or something, the customer or the end user will ask for something else. They will not always ask about the pages that you have it here. Maybe they will ask about a supermarket application or something else. So how can I build it? You need to think about it. If you don't have the template here ready for you, or the page ready for you, you need to select a blank and think about. You need to be a little bit creative, or think about what kind of things that I can use from Power Apps. Actually, I built a digital escape room by using Power Apps. It's something really cool. I will show it to you later on. And it's really something really easy to build. I just think about, can I do a digital escape room with by using Power Apps? Yes, you can do a lot of things. It doesn't need that you need to build a business application with Power Apps. You can make a lot of fun things, game, a lot of things. Okay, cool. Now I select this one because on my application I would like to add this one. And here actually you don't need to add any data source for this page, because it's just sending an email. So for example, if you want to test your application before you publish it, you can click on this icon that we have it here. And once you click on it, you are on the page that you can test your application. For example, here I can select an email. I can add a subject, and for example here, test email. And I can send an email to myself. And for example here, if I would like to send here we go. The email is here, message test. And once I click here, I'm supposed to receive an email. And before we send this one, let me show it to you. As I mentioned before, you need to think about the flow, what kind of action that you have it. So now for each part, there is an action. If I put the email here, there is no action. I'm just searching about the email. If I'm adding a subject, there is no action, just the thing that we have it already built in. But within this icon, there is an action. The main action will happen to this page, which is here. I need to do a lot of things. Don't worry about the functions that we have it here, because if you are in a beginner, I don't want to give you a headache by explain each function that we have it. I will explain to you the basic things, and from there you can start learn more and more. So here we go. Now I don't want you to worry about sending an email function because it's already built in. And actually, you can use a trick. For example, if you want to send an email, you can use this one. But if you want to add another things to this application, maybe I would like to add another button. Can I add another button? From where can I add icons, buttons, labels within this Power Apps? Easy. If you look at it here, insert, click on it. You are able to add a new page, as I mentioned. You are able to add a label. Here we go. Label will help you to add a note, to maybe you can actually make this label not visible. There is a lot of application that you can hide something. You don't want the user to see it, but will help you to do something else. That's why I'm using a label. Also, if you would like to add input, it means button, text input. For example, this one, it's a text input, right? And from where I add it? From here, from the input. And also you can add a radio, checkbox, list, but you can add whatever you want. For example, here, if I would like to add this one, the page input or pin input, here we go. You can add whatever you want, but without any action or without the function that will help you to proceed to send email or to move it to the data source, it will be just a labels or it will be just a button without any functionality. That's why think about what kind of function that you would like to add to each page. Now, let us add a blank page, which is here. And before we add the data source, I would like to highlight this one. It's very important. Once you publish your application, which is I will show it to you, you need to think about what's the main page of your application and the things that we have it on Power Apps. For example, here I have this page on this one, and sequence page number 1, 2, 3, whatever. Whatever you are having on the first page, it will be the main page. Maybe in my application, I would like to have screen 2 to be as a main page. How can I do? You just need to move the screen that you want to have it as a main screen on your application to be at the top. For example, here, click on a three dot, move up. Once I move it up, it doesn't matter even if it's screen number 2 or
Sorry,
100.
me.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
hi.
I think everyone is a little bit lost. It seems you're moving too fast.
Ah, okay.
So if you
Okay,
could
so
please go
I'll
back
do
to
it.
like where you started creating this page and
Okay, okay.
explain
Okay, sure.
slowly.
Okay,
Thank
let
you.
me remove everything and okay, here we go. Now I will add a blank page. As I mentioned, when we open the application, as you remember, we get a blank page, right? Which is this one, without anything. Now the question, how can I add a pages? Because if you see any application like a shopping application or whatever we have, for example, Amazon, when you click on submit, it will move to the second page, right? If you click move to this item, it will move your application to the second page. So any action or anything will happen, you need to add a pages to your application. Maybe if the user submit their request, they will get a pop-up message like thank you for submit your request. So the pages, it's the one that you have it in your application, will help you to navigate from one action to another. For example, here, let me remove this page. Once you open your Power Apps, you will be able to see this page as a blank. There is nothing at all because we create our application from a blank. Now, I don't have any data source, right? I need to think about it. Do I need to have a data source or my application just to send an email? Let's start with the first scenario that I would like to build an application will help the user to send an email. That's it. I don't want to make it complicated or there is no that action needed. So if I want to send an email, do I need to have a data source to store my data or just sending an email? I don't need to have any data source. In this scenario, what you can do, if you look at the page, so the first way a page will be welcome XYZ user, right? So how can I add a message to the user? Then how we can add another page? I will do this scenario, then we can move to the second scenario, which is how we can add a data source. First scenario that we would like to build an application to just send an email. First, I would like to have three pages. First one, when the user open the app, they will be able to see welcome and there is a button will once the user click on it will move to the second page like send an email, which is the form to send an email. And once they submit the form or they send an email, they will move to the third page like thank you for sending an email. How can I do this? Let me show it to you. First, I need the three screens, right? So first one, which is this one, I will recall it as a main page. Cool. Let's start by adding a welcome message. How can I add it within the application? Easy. Go to the insert. There is a lot of things here like a form, MR, AI, a lot of things. But the question, how can I add a text to my application as just a message, welcome to the app? From here, you have something text input. Text input will help the user to add their input or HTML. I don't need this one. Or maybe if they are using a pen, they can type. But in our scenario, just a normal text, I will use something we call it label. So I will be adding this label here and double click on it. For each things that you have it on your page, you can change the font, the color, the size, a lot of function that you have it on this one. For example, here, if you click on it on this side, on the right side, you will be able to see the text, the font size, a lot of things that you have it, the color. So it's easy just to change whatever you want to do, and that's it. For example, here I can type welcome to the app, and from there I would like to change the alignment. I would like to make it bold, and I would like to make it bigger, so I can make it 33 size. I would like to change the font size. So here we go. I will make it very simple. Even I will not focus on the user interface because it's another story. So I just wanted to make it simple. Now I add welcome to the app, but let me try to test it. If you want to test your app, you just need to click here on this icon. Okay. So now when the user click on the page, there is nothing. I cannot do anything. Now I need to think about what kind of function that I would like to add it here. I would like the user when they click on a specific button like move to the second page, they will be able to move to the second page. But I don't have any other page. So before to add this one, or maybe you can add the button and later on you can add the function to your button, you need to add a page. And our second page is a form of email. As I mentioned on our scenario now, I would like to just build an app to send an email to the user. So I just need to go to a new screen. And as I mentioned, within Power Apps, there is a lot of pages, a few pages actually already built in for you with the functionality. You just need to do a few things to change the function that we have it. Or you can build it from scratch by using a blank. So here, I don't want actually to waste my time. I just need to use a template built in, which is the same need that I would like to add it to my application, which is here, email. Click on it. And once you click on it, you will be able to see second screen. You can change the name. For example, here I would like to mention email page, or you can keep it as it is. Now I'm super lucky because I have the same thing that I would like to have it on my email. I don't want to waste my time. But maybe you would like to change the color of the background. If you want to add a background to your application, you are able to change the design as much as you want. But here I will keep it simple. I will use the same one. Now, do I need to worry about the function? So the first thing that you need to think about it to check the function here, which is I'm very sure when the user fill this form, here too, actually, it will search the people email within the environment or the organization. So here, if I type any name, we will test it later, I will be able to search about all the emails that I have it on my organization. But how it's already built in, but can I check the function? Actually, on other application, a lot of function that already built in, I just copy it and paste it and I change a few things. It's really a good trick to do because sometimes you are not expert on the function that you have it on each button or label. So you just need to think about it, not copy it, read it, and from there you will be able to change based on your function that you would like to add. For example, here I don't want to worry about it. I just wanted to show it to you. How can I know what kind of things that I have it here? I know this one it's text search, but how can I know what kind of function? If you look at here, there is something here, a lot of things that we have it like a default. Like you will be able, if you click here, you will be able to read the function. Default, there is nothing. What default, it means when the user click on it, by default, they will get May emails, right? But here I would like to see, let me check. There is the size, the visible. There is a lot of things. I really suggest for you to go for each one that we have it and read it. It's already under Power Apps documents because for each part there is a specific formula that you can use it. For example, for the color, if I would like, if the user type a correct answer, they will get a specific color. How can we do this? Based on the things that we have it here. So if we click on select, the main functionality actually will happen when the user click, right? But here there is no click, right? The main things that we have it here. Here just the people they will search and based on the search they will be able to send an email. So here just a text, but the main function is here. But how can I make things that when the user click on this button, the action will happen? You just need to select the button or the icon because here we have an icon, right? We have a lot of icons within the Power Apps. If you click here on insert, go to the icons, there is a lot of things like add, cancel, check, edit. But if you add it, for example, let me add this one, add. If you add it, there is no function. You need to add your function by yourself. But here it's already, if we look back to this one, it's already there because it's the page built in the Power Apps. But if you go in more details here and read about it here, there is an action. There is a lot of things is happening, and there is a function already built in the Power Apps. And just think about it, read about it, how we can do. There is a variables. If you can write this note, read more about the variables within Power Apps. The main function that you can add, like send, like send Office 365, because here you are dealing with Office 365, Outlook, email, and all this stuff. Because if you look at it here, you are sending an email. It means you are dealing with Office 365, Outlook. So just read about it. Even me, I'm not expert on all function that we have it on Power Apps. So what I'm doing actually, I'm just type Power Apps function. For example, if you go here and type, for example, let me show it to you on Microsoft or Power Apps. Let me type it here. Power Apps function list. I'm not sure if this is the correct link, but let me show it to you. You need to put it in your BC, because will help you to learn more about the formula. And while you are building in upcoming months a lot of application, you need to really understand. Here we go. This is the formula reference for Power Apps. Just go to this site, read more about it, and they put it on alphabet order. Like we have a clear what that mean, because as I mentioned, if you are using a template built in, you will be able to see a lot of function that you don't understand it. And to be able to understand, just open this one, read more about it. For example, here, if I have on my application reset or clear, what that's mean? I don't know what the meaning of a clear. So what do you need to do? And this is the best way to learn the function that you have it on your Power Apps, even if you are using a template built in. Go here, search about, let me search a clear. So here we go, clear, right? And what the function of a clear, it will show you the whole things about this function, like a clear and collect, and it's part of the collection within Power Apps. So this is the really best way for you to learn the function that we have it. You can go to Power formula reference for Power Apps. It's there. Okay. You can print it out. You can open it on your PC while you are building your application. Let's go back to the Power Apps. Now I understand the function based on the formula references that we have it. I will not go to each formula because there's a lot of things, so I don't want to make it complicated for you. Just open your reference, and if you want to know how we can build, just look at it. Okay, cool. Now let me remove this one. The question is here. Let us go back to the previous one. And as I mentioned, when the user open the app, I would like to have a button. When they click on it, it will go to the second page, right? This one, it's something really easy to do. How can I do this one? First, I need to add a button on the main page, which is this one from here. I would like to make it here. If you want to customize it, it means I would like to change the color. Let me make it blue or gray. And I would like to make the text like black, and I would like to change the font, make it smaller like 22. Also, if I would like to change the border, let me check from here. I would like to make it 44. And here we go. If you want to add a border, you can add. If you want to change the size of the border, for example, a 3, you can change the color and so on. Here we go. Now what should I call this one? I will call it next page, right? Or whatever you want to call it. There is no limitation. Okay, so here we go. But now let's try to test it. I add the button, but there is no functionality. So once I click on it, there is nothing. And look at the mouse, how it will change. There is nothing. It means I need to add a function that will help me to navigate to another page. How can I do this? Click on the button for any action that you want to do for your labels, button, gallery, whatever you are looking for. Click on it, and from there, as I mentioned, for any click or any select, there is something here we call it on select. It's obvious because on select, it means when the user click on it, I would like to do this, right? Click on it from here. So whatever you want to change for your button or anything that you are selecting, select, change from here. I would like to add on select. It's false. It means whatever the user is clicking on this button or whatever they are doing, there is no action. But here I would like to add an action. It doesn't mean that you want to make it true. No, you need to add your function here. I would like there is if you want to move from one page to another, there is something we call it navigate. Navigate function. Here we go. And the powerful things when you type the first two letters of your word, you will be able to see all the function with this letter actually. So there's a function we call it navigate. Navigate function will help you to move from one page to another. Navigate, you need to type the page name. So it means when the user click on it, go to this page. My second page is email page. So just type email. Here we go. Email page. And after you add it, maybe you want to cover your page, maybe you want to make a vid or cover right, whatever you want to do when the user click on it, how the movement will be, you can select from here. There, it's already built in. So for any action, for example, on navigate, select the name of your page and what kind of the movement of your page and put a comma. From there, I would like to select cover. So whenever they are clicking, I will show it to you, it will cover. And close this one. Okay, cool. Now it's correct. The powerful things with the function that you are adding here, if you have an error, you will be able to see a red color here. Let me show it to you. Now I would like to remove this one, and here we go. It means there is something missing, and if you click on it, it show you that there is something wrong. So I just need to add like this, and that's it. And whatever you are adding any formula in the future, and if you have any problem, you can read the message like you are having this problem, you need to do something. So in this way you will be able to recognize your errors and fix it immediately. Cool. Now let us test it. So we put a navigate to second page. Do you think it will work now? Let's see. I would like to test it from here. Click on this one, and now if you click on it, see the cover, it's moved to the second page smoothly, right? And from there, after I write the email, I would like the user, once they send an email, once they click on this button, I would like the user to move to the third page, which is thank you for your submission or thank you for your email. How can I do this? Similar way, similar scenario. I need to add a page. You have two options. Either you can duplicate any page, for example, main page, it's similar to the closure page. For me, I would like to use just the label. Either you can duplicate any page that it seems similar scenario from your pages, current page that you have it, or you can create a new screen, or you can use this one actually, it's already built in. So I will add this one and I will call it done. Cool. But now the question, how can I move from email to this page, from email to done? I know the action will happen here. Maybe I would like to add another button. Maybe I would like to add within this button, when the user click on it, I would like to send an email plus navigate to the second page. The powerful things here, you can do a lot of actions within one icon, within one button. A lot of action it could be happen. Even you can use if statement. For example, if this condition right, send an email. If not, don't send and do another things. A lot of cool function that you can do within your Power Apps. You just need, as I mentioned, as a first step, build your application either by using a template built in and start to understand the formula. In this way, you will be able to build a lot of things. Okay. Now let us add a function here, another functionality on this icon. So I click on it, select on select from here, and look at the function here. fx, it means the function that you have it for this button or this icon. We have a lot of things. Now I would like to add a new one. You need to put this one, this comma, and add navigate, similar function, to the third page, which is once you put a navigate, you will be able to see the name of your pages, or you can type it immediately. Done. And I would like to use the right one. It will move from to cover to the right and close it. And that's it. And now let's see, is there any error? No. Cool. Now let's try to test it together. Now I would like to add my email. See, I will be able to search through the Office 365 within my organization about the emails. So if in your environment, if you have 100 people, and if you search, for example, if you type M, you will be able to see all the names under M. So it's like Office 365 Outlook, because here we are using a list not from any data source, from Office 365 Office Outlook that we have. It subject, it's a test email message. Now, once I click here, I supposed to have two things. It will take time because it's sending an email. I supposed to receive an email now. Let me try to open my Outlook to see if I receive it. Second, it's already navigate to this one. So two actions happened. Email send plus navigate to this page. Now let me close it. Cool. Let me now check my Outlook if I receive it or not. Actually, you can send an email not only from Power Apps. If you are using a Power Automate, you can send a lot of things. You can do a lot of things within your Power Apps and Power Automate. Read more about Power Automate will help you to understand how we can integrate everything, because the Power Apps, Power Automate, all this cool stuff, you can integrate everything together actually. And this is the powerful things with all the tools that we have it. So now today we build an easiest app as a beginner. Let me show it to you. I just received an email, and let me show it to you. Here we go. Just receive a test and test email. That's it. As simple as. So two actions happen here. Send an email, plus it's move from one page to another. Cool. So
Hello.
what? Yeah, hello.
Yeah, hi. So I have a doubt on the uh, on select of sending an email. So
Mm-hmm.
you can screen transition right cover. So what does that mean? I mean,
Okay,
yes.
let me show it to you. For this one, if I send an email and I navigate, see the movement of the page once it's moved from one page to another. Now I would like to send an email. Let me send it again to show you. So while you are moving or navigate from one page to another, it means the page will move cover to the right. But let me show it to you to be able to understand this. Okay, now see the movement from one page to another, how it will look like.
Sure.
It moved to the right side. If you look at it, the page moved from left to the right, the movement between two pages. So if you look at the navigate page here, or the navigate function, it will give
Mhm.
you the option to send or to navigate in different way. Maybe you want to just cover without specific movement. So let me show it to you. We have a different style, but let me try. You can also just put, let me check,
Screen.
screen. Okay, we have a cover to the right, fade, none, and a lot of things. Let's test this one on main page to see. For example, here just I put a cover, but let's try with another one to show you. Maybe I would like to add none.
Uh-huh.
And let's see. Now, next page, nothing. There's no
Oh,
movement. The user will not be able to see, oh, a movement happened. Because sometimes, if you are using any other application or you are building an application, you don't want to give the feeling to the user that they are moving from one page to another, right? You just wanted to show them maybe you are having the same page twice with a different action. So you don't want to give them the feeling that the user are moving from one page to another. It depends on your application and how it will look like. So the movement of your page, it's up to you on how You will give the feeling to the user. So that's
Thank
why,
you.
yeah, welcome. So that's why be careful on the movement. Maybe it's something normal, but for me, I am very careful about the movement because it will give a feeling for the user, especially when they are opening the application through their phone. Okay.
Understood.
Now it show me there is an error. See, this is the powerful things. You can get a help for this error, and you will get a help. For example, if I click on it, it will show me what's the issue. The function navigate has some invalid something here, that there is something on my navigate function. So I just need to edit this formula and change it, because while I'm testing, I forget to put if it's cover or something. Cover and close it. That's it. Now it's correct. There is no red color. So what we learned today, we learned how what kind of methodology that we can use to build an application as a beginner, as we don't have any knowledge about Power Apps. The first way, you can start from a blank and try to use the function that built in by using the pages here. It depends on your business case or your application idea. If your application doesn't match the pages that we have it here, go to the second step by thinking about what kind of templates that available within Power Apps and search about the template that we have it. A third way, which is we cannot consider it as a third way, that you can add your data source. For example, here we don't have any data source. If you are familiar with the SharePoint, so on most of my application, I'm using a SharePoint as a data source to collect all my data. SharePoint, it's like an online website to to collect your data source. The people they are using before SharePoint to build a website, but for me, I'm using a SharePoint as a to get the feedback or to get the answers or whatever we are having on my application from the user. And you can use a SharePoint list. SharePoint list, it's similar to the list that we have it on Excel. So before we end this session, I would like to show you what if I have a data source. Here, we don't have any data source. I'm just sending an email and I'm using a page that built in the Power Apps, something really easy. But what if I have what we call it, I have a specific data source, I would like to add it to the application. If you look at to this icon, we call it data. You need to click on it. And from there, you will be able to see what kind of data source that I have on my application. Actually, we have here three data source, and you never notice that because you picked the page that already built in within the Power Apps, right? So you don't worry about the data source because it's already built in here. So we are using, as I mentioned, Office 365 Outlook data source, Office 365 users while you are searching here. Also, I'm using a collection. This one we call it collection. And you can use another data source. So for example, here, if we look at this one, let me show it to you, the data. If you look at here, the data that I'm using, just a minute, let me show it to you. If you look at the data, it's supposed to be, here we go. We are searching, and the data that we are using here, it's Office 365 users, because we are searching for the user. Okay, and let me show you something here. Now, what if I want to add another data? Maybe you are having an Excel, SQL, and you want the user, while maybe you want the user to view your data or to add a data. So be careful about two things: how to make the user view your data, or how they enter the data. So this is a homework for you. Search about something, we call it Power Apps Gallery, which is we have it here under media. No, not under media, sorry. We have a form. It's somewhere here. Yeah, here we go, gallery. Search about gallery. I will give you a quick overview about it. So if I have a data source, for example, here, if I want to add a data source, which is a SharePoint, right? Let me add a SharePoint and click on add connection. Connect. Let me add a quick site that I have it here to show you what's the meaning of gallery. And I would like to add this one. And I have a specific list. I call it employee onboarding, just to test. Connect. So if you have a SharePoint and you have a several list, If you want to pick one, you can pick. If you want to select everything, you can select everything. Now I'm able to see my data source. I can delete it, I can refresh the data, I can remove it. And okay, now the question, as I mentioned, if I want the user to view my data within my data source, SQL, SharePoint, whatever I have, how can I do this? Actually, we have something, we call it gallery. Gallery, from the name itself, let me add a page here as a blank, and let me show you something. Within the gallery, actually, you will be able to give a functionality to the user to view your data, whatever you are filtering. Maybe I would like to see a specific things, and you can do a lot of things with the gallery. And most of my application, actually, I'm using a gallery, and you can put a lot of tricks within the gallery. So let us add a quick gallery here. And there is a lot of things, maybe blank, and you can build and customize it, or you can add, for example, I would like to use this one. After you add, you need to select your data, because what kind of gallery that I would like to make it visible to the user. I would like to use employee onboarding. Here we go. So I think there is no data. Let me change it with my people. Let me check the SharePoint if it's contain any data sources. Okay, there is no data. Anyway, what you can do here, in your SharePoint, if you have a data source, or in your data source, if you have, you will be able to see it here. And for example, here it's a picture, here the title of your item, and so on. So with the gallery, you will have the functionality and to see what kind of things that you have it in your data source. For example, if you look at it, it's employee onboarding data source. But what if I want to filter my gallery based on a specific things like employee, they just joined my company. You can do a filter. You cannot make everything visible to the user. Sometimes you need to customize it. So search about gallery and what kind of functions that we can do by using a gallery, which is very important as a beginner to learn more about gallery. Second, how can we add input form to the user? We have, we call it, let me remove this one. We have a form here. And forms, you have two options, either edit or display. Edit, it means you can add your form. For example, here, let me show it to you. And what if I want the user to add the data on employee importing data source that I have it? Add your form as an edit. From there, you can select your data source, and now you will be able to see all the columns that I have it on my data source. Let us see. Here we go. Now, I just need to add a button. And while I'm adding a button to send the data to my SharePoint or whatever, to just save it on the data source, because now it's just a form. And here we go. Now, you need to check if it's edit or it's a view or what kind of mode. Mode, it's very important. For example, here, I would like to make it to new, not edit. Because if you have a gallery and the user pick any item, it means they will be able to edit the record, right? There's a lot of things under gallery and form. Just read more about it, try to test it, so you'll be able to understand what I'm saying here. So here, if the user would like to add anything to any data source that you have it, so the best way is to use a form. If you would like them to view and do some things, you can add a gallery. So before I end my session, let us recap what we learned today. We learned what's the best way to build an application, what kind of tips that you need to follow before building any application. And second thing is how we can get started, from where we can open Power Apps, what's the easiest way to build an application as a beginner, how we can learn a formula for Power Apps, which is here, formula references for Power Apps. I will share all the links, all the presentation with you. And from there, just if you have the template, search on the formula and already on order of alphabetic orders, and just search about it and you will be able to understand, because you need to understand the formula. And also we learned, or I give you a homework, like you need to read more about gallery and form, and when to use what and how to use it. So this is your homework. It's easy, it's not difficult. Think about it. There is a lot of videos available on YouTube. I really suggest for you as a beginner and to go to the YouTube, search about Shane Young. Shane Young, he is the famous one with Power Apps. He is posting a lot of videos on YouTube. Actually, I learned a lot of things from him. And what you can do, open your Power Apps on one screen or even within one laptop, open the YouTube videos from your phone or other screen and practice. Practice will help you to understand more about Power Apps and have fun. If you are just building your app because you need to do it, you will never learn. Have fun while you are building your application. So this is what I have for today. Hopefully, you find it informative. And if you have any question, you can reach me out on my social media account, YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn, everywhere. I'm active everywhere. And if you have any question, you can ask now. So, do you have any question before we end up the session?
Uh, Hi, May.
Hi.
Uh, I do have one question. So, when can we?
Sorry, we cannot hear
Sorry,
you.
sorry, sorry. When can we judge that? I mean, uh, we can use Canvas and a modern app, modern driven app.
Okay.
Could you please give me an example? So when
Okay.
we need to go with the modern.
So, for example, here for the Canvas app, if you have similar to this one, you would like to build an entry like a form, a basic application. It's not a complex process, business or process. You can use this one. If you have a really complex business or process and it's you can open it you cannot open it from your phone for the modern application, but for this one it's for your phone application. But for the second one, it's required a lot of things. As a beginner, it's better to start with this one, especially if you are using a SharePoint, a data source, because for the driven, actually, it's a modern driven, it's limited with the data source. And the data source that it's linked to the model driven, it's you need to learn more about it. But for this one, you can use Excel. You can use any data source that you're already familiar with it. So I really suggest for you as a beginner, you start with this one. But in the future, after you feel comfortable, you can move to the second one, especially if you have a longer process and like if you have a specific business case and it's really complicated and you need to build a huge application, you can move to the second one. For the third one, which is the portal, if you would like to use share your application with the external or build your portal, you can use a portal Power Apps. Yeah, and
Oh,
this one it's easy to build. Yeah,
okay. So, in Canvas. Okay. Yeah.
and
Thank you for.
for the Canvas, actually, you can use connect to more than 200 data source. But for the model, actually, you need to use Dataverse. I'm not sure if you heard about it, but it's
Yes,
limited
definitely.
and it's your data will using the data that's stored in Microsoft Dataverse. So yeah, and
Okay. So,
for the
is that, I mean, so when we choose the, while creating an app, I mean, so we need to choose tablet or phone mode, right? I mean, so is it,
exactly.
if we choose tablet, I mean, so is it responsive? Canvas app is a responsive, I mean, responsive web. I mean, so if we open, if we
Yeah,
choose
yeah,
tablet, I mean, so if we open in the mobile app or in the I mean, in the browser, I mean, so it is a responsive Canvas.
yeah. Yeah. Actually, if you choose what I'm doing within my company, if I would like to use a Canvas app actually and make it as a desktop application, I call it desktop application. It's much easier to the user to understand. They can open it and it will fit the screen. Or there is a trick that you can convert the pages. For example, if you hold your phone and if you move it like this, if you build it as a tablet, it will be to this view. But if you want to move it from, as we know, the phone, you can change
Yes,
the layout of your
certainly.
application. There is one video on YouTube I can share it with you, which is a trick that you can use it based on the movement of your phone. The screen will change, and if you are opening from your desktop, it will fit the full screen. But if you select desktop or the tablet, it will fit all your screen, even if from your phone. So if you choose the tablet view, if the user open it from their phone, they will be able to view it in this size, not as a phone. Not to this. You get my point?
Yes, yes, I
Okay.
got it. Thank
Okay.
you, mate.
Welcome. So, any other question? As I mentioned, if you have any question or anything, just feel free to reach me out on my social media. I will share the presentation, all this stuff, and hopefully you can look at it in the future. And if you have anything, just ping me anywhere. So thank you so much. Thank you for having me today, and thank you for joining this session. And enjoy while you are building your application. And see you soon. Bye.
Thank you, May, for
Bye.
this session. Thank you, everyone, for attending. So, in absence of any further questions, I will call it a day. So, everyone, please watch the group chats as I would be sending links to follow up on the Microsoft Learn website for us. And I also implore us to start building our projects, start getting ideas to build your projects. And when May shares her slide with me, I'll share it to the group and also make sure the recording is available to us. Thank you once more and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Bye. See you.